There I am. See, I haven't done this in such a long time. I'm rusty. Oh my goodness. Welcome. Happy Sunday morning, everybody. Welcome to the Quarterdeck Arcade. It's been I feel like it's been forever. It's been almost a full month since I've done one of these things. So I'm a little bit rusty at working the controls. I think I've got the audio going correctly. So once again, like I said in the chat, if all you see me is mouthing crap off, just without any audio, let me know right away so I can see if I can fix it. Things changed on my laptop and updates ran, and my audio mixer was out of whack. I had to quickly get that under control. So happy Sunday, everybody. Good to see you. I hope you all have had a great last few weeks. There's been lots and lots of news in the home arcade community. I'm not going to go over all the news. There's plenty of people out there that talk about news. I'm not one of them. Awesome, Stock Shock. Thank you very much. Glad you can hear me. But yes, I've been busy. I've been busy. I've been riding waves. You know, I've been really busy between going to Indy in May and yard work in the house. I finally got the front bushes trimmed. Just lots of stuff. A lot of stuff that builds up over time in the house that you guys promised your gal that you would get around to, but you never do. And then finally it gets to a point where you got to do them. So that's what happened last week. I promised to get some stuff done, and I did. I got a lot done around the house. So apologize for not being around. Life just intervened. And one of the topics, it was going to be one of my topics of shows that I didn't do, was just time. I don't have time. I don't. I've neglected this arcade like you wouldn't believe, and it saddens me to no end because I love this space. I love coming down here and hanging out. Just no time. I've got that PlayStation upstairs. I've got the Thrustmaster wheel I just bought. I've got iRacing that I subscribe to. I just can't find time for it all. You guys, I've gone over my schedule with you. Physical fitness is a big part of my life, so not going to give that up. And I'm not going to sacrifice sleep to game more. So I squeeze it in when I can. Breaks during work when I'm working from home. You know, lunch breaks when I'm working from home. If I'm not going out to lunch, you know, I'm firing up the PlayStation and see if I can't squeeze a quick game of Uno or something in. So good to be back. I think I'll be here next weekend as well. Yes, I should be around next weekend. And hopefully be able to do a stream then. But then the week after that is the Brickyard 400. And guys, I've already signed my NASCAR waivers. So my credential waivers from the track. And so I'm good to go there. I've got my stuff ready. And I'll be heading to Indianapolis in less than 2 weeks. So busy time. And plus, we've had some things happen around here. My dog is not doing too well, folks. She's still a happy gal. She's still happy to see us. But my Golden has has reached that age where, you know, you got to start thinking about when would be the appropriate time to say goodbye. And it's not yet because she's still with us. She still very much loves to see us, wags her tail. But I am going to have a pain discussion with the vet uh, in a month or so. So, but just some things have been happening with her recently that have kind of drawn my attention, and so we've paid attention to that. My gal bought a new car. Her car died. Oh, guys, I you want to talk about stuff? I mean, her car check engine light came on, and it's a 29-year-old Cherokee Classic, Jeep Cherokee Classic. So that car died. And trust me, guys, if you fired it up and heard the engine, it was time. She was going to need a motor replacement in that thing. And she only bought it for $2,000 used way back when she bought it like 11 years ago. And then my truck, a brand new truck, year old from the manufacturer, threw a check engine light code, and it had something to do with the fuel vapor emission system. And so the motor ran fine. And so dealing with that, you know, having to schedule the appointments, help my gal buy a car. By the way, CarMax, I love CarMax. I've bought 2 cars from them. She's now bought 1. Easiest process on the planet for buying a car through them, and just had good experiences. So she's got her car. She's got a Chevy Equinox. She refused any monetary help from my part. She did it all on her own, and had a significant down payment on it. So her payments are really low. Pretty proud of her. I am woman, here she wore. Hear her roar is her motto, I guess. So good to see everybody. Just lots of stuff going on in my life. I know Stock Jock's waiting for me to get back at him with the Battle Zone decal, and I just haven't had time. It's there. I fired up the mini display this morning and I looked at it and I'm like, shit, I got to do that for Stock Jock. So maybe I'll force myself to do it after the stream, Stock Jock. So we'll see. Let's say hi to everybody in the chat. I got to admit, I use Restream for my streaming platform, and it changed a bit since I was away. So I had to adjust. So we'll see if everything goes. So Stock Jock is obviously here. Welcome, buddy. And he says he did this mod last week, and I was aware of that. And I've seen several videos. I've watched B's video. No, actually, I haven't seen several. I've watched B's video, but I've seen some pictures posted to Facebook of a lot of people who are very happy with this mod. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be modding my Star Wars pinball, which is behind me here. Let me bring up the all camera view so you can see the state of the arcade. There we go. Transition. So there's the quarter deck arcade. Nothing really has changed. I did pull the pinball out of Star Wars corner back there. So, but you can see I've got my cell phone camera aimed at the table we're going to be working at today. And I'm gonna take it slow. So this may be a long stream, and I know and appreciate the fact that everybody can't sit here for hours on end watching a guy live stream a mod. So I get that. Feel free to pop in on a replay. I'm all about, you know, you doing how you absorb your content the way you do it. I absorb my YouTube content normally at the gym, and that's how I catch up with the arcade community. So Israel Gaming is here. Welcome, sir. Always good to see you. Yeah, thank you very much. I've missed doing this, tell you the truth. And just, you know, every time, like last weekend when I canceled last minute, because I had the stream set up, and I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't. So life happens, you know, that's the way it goes. Thank you, sir. Remember, hit the like and subscribe button if you like what you see today. I really appreciate it. Ted Adam Green is here. Welcome, sir. Always great to see you. Ted is like one of the only other folks on my Instagram page that he says something every day. He's just a great dude. Always commenting, even if it's just a couple of fist bumps. He always leaves a comment on my daily fitness posts on my Instagram account. And if you're curious, my Instagram account is at Mr. Fourth Place. That's MR4THPLACE. Find me on Instagram, hit me up. All that is a location for me to drop my daily fitness logs. But yeah, Ted's a good dude. Thank you, sir, for always helping keep me motivated. Hockeytown Arcade is here. Welcome, sir. Awesome to see you as well. Let's see. Yeah, that's one of the things. You know, guys, show prep involves a bunch of running around in the arcade. Number one, I got to silence all the machines because I don't really want them playing the track mode sounds playing through the stream. I want it nice and quiet so y'all can hear me talk and focus on what I'm saying. So I got to run around because I normally keep the track mode audio up because that's part of the ambiance, right? That's why we do it. So yeah, that's part of my pre-stream thing, going around, aside from turning everything on and getting it going, setting the lighting correctly. And that includes dimming the LEDs in the back so that they're not harsh on the camera and you can see them, and lowering the audio so on all the cabs. But not only that, but setting up like all of this. Most of this I got set up yesterday because I told the gal, I said, I want to get this all together for tomorrow's stream. I don't want to have to run around with 5 minutes left trying to get everything thrown together. So most of it I got set up. I did do some more running around this morning. I had to locate a TV I could use as a temp TV for the backglass piece of this mod that we're going to do. And I also had to locate an extra HDMI cable, which I'm probably going to need for that TV. So yeah, it's been a morning. So right up until I pressed the go live button, I was running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's not, she doesn't really pressure me into getting some of these things done, but guys, the bathroom vanity light was down to one light, 140-watt light bulb, where it has 4. And I didn't have any in the house. So I had, that's one of the things I had to do last weekend was I had to make the rounds of the hardware store and Walmart and the actual grocery store. And so I had to take care of that. I had to take care of the dining room fixture, which has been on the fritz for like 3 years now. And I've just pushed it off and pushed it off and pushed it off. And I said, I got to deal with it. So certain things you just can't let go. And to be honest, things have built up over time with me that it was starting to affect me mentally. It's affecting my workouts. It's affecting my all around general attitude. And my gal actually let me know that. And God love her. She just said, you need to start getting stuff done in order to feel better. And she's right. When I don't have anything on my plate, I feel a lot better. So, and I think that's true of most people. So I'm in a good place right now. I've gotten a lot done. So, all right. Doman 2000 is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Sir Sega is here. Always good to see you. Danny is here. Cornercade. Welcome. Let's see. Just looking through the chat. Oh, Danny's iconic arcade broke. I'm sad to hear that. Let's see. B Kirby is here. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Nerd Lounge Master is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome. I love streaming the Arcades Anonymous folks during my workouts overnight at the gym. A great, great company to have while I'm lifting heavy shit. So let's see. Scrolling through. I think I've caught up. I've caught up with the chat. Okay. I'm not going to mince words. I've already caught up with you where I'm at. Nothing's really changed in the arcade or in my home office upstairs. I still got the PlayStation, still got the VR2, which is being neglected. Haven't done any VR2 stuff lately. I did do some iRacing the other day. And while I'm talking about iRacing, one of the things I found with the Thrustmaster wheel is a simple desk mount won't do. Not for me. Okay. I've got a Thrustmaster T300 RS wheel and pedals. I don't have the stick shift yet. But what I'm finding is where I have the pedals and they're on the carpet. So I can't get a good feel for proper braking on road courses because I'm pushing the pedal assembly back on the carpet and it's just messing me up in the corners. So to that end, my goal, and I've mentioned this before, I think, my sole focus right now is to get a driving rig, a racing sim rig. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of money on it. I'm going to get the best cockpit that $400 can buy for between, that's my budget, between 400 and 500. And I'm going to get a triple monitor set up. So I've already got a monitor picked out for that. I kind of know which racing chassis I'm going to go with. For some reason, I can't pull the trigger. One of the reasons is because I still want to sell. I still want to sell Fast and Furious, Time Crisis, and I'm still hemming and hawing on Big Buck Burner Pro. I may sell, well, I'm still going to sell the Pong pub table, which you can't see on camera because it's outside of the arcade. Fired up though, I do have it plugged in. I may sell my Mortal Kombat and I may sell my NBA 4-player NBA Jam Deluxe. So all of that stuff I'm letting go to pay for driving sim components. I've also got a computer picked out that I'm going to probably buy. So we'll see. That's my focus and goal right now. I still have my ear to the ground. You know, I'm watching PD7's videos every day about deals. So, you know, if a good deal comes up, like I got it in the back of my head that I might buy a Switch 2. Okay. But $499, I can't really, you know, when I've got a racing sim as my priority, you know, if the Switch 2 dropped to like $399, I'd pull the trigger and get one. Now you say, Pete, you're going to get a Switch 2 when you can't even find time to play the PlayStation? Yeah, I'd like variety. You know, it just what I'm trying to do now with gaming is I'm just trying to pick, okay, what am I going to do today? Like the other day I did VR, a MetaQuest VR. I went in because the pinballs tables came out. By the way, I love Princess Bride. I actually love what's the other one? The weird one. Weirdly, I loved all three tables that I downloaded for Pinball FX VR. Took forever for my MetaQuest to update because I haven't had it on in a while, and there were a lot of updates, including the one for Pinball FX VR. But I love the new tables. I love how they rearranged everything with multiple levels now. Williams is on the second floor now. So great job, Zen Studios, for what you did there. And so yeah, so I kind of pick a day when I'm going to or for what I'm going to do. One day it might be MetaQuest. The other day it was iRacing, so I focused on running a couple of iRacing. I don't know if any of you've done iRacing before, but it's all about building up your points, your driver rating. So the more you participate, the better chance you'll have at increasing your score. I'm great on ovals. It's the road courses that are the bane of my existence because of that carpet issue. So I got to get me a proper sim. So, oh yeah, great chat group today. Oh, Goat Simulator. Thank you, Hockey Town. I love that game. I don't know why. There's something about that game that I really love. It just, I don't know. I haven't watched any reviews from anybody on the new pinballs. I should, just to see if it compares with what I think. That's good news, Stock Jock. I did not. I did not buy that deal. I did not buy a WrestleFest at $349. Of course, now we all know it's up to $449. It went back up to $649 for a little bit. Yeah, actually for only like 2 days, and then they dropped it down to $449. And they added that little 91-cent thing, which kind of gives you an indication that's the final price, and it'll only go on clearance after that. So I'm kind of hoping to see. There's 3 at PD7's Sam's Club, which I stopped by and saw, and I'm kind of hoping they get down to like $299. If they get down to $299, I'll pull the trigger and get one. I'd like to see what G.I. Joel does on the Robotron. I've not had my ear to the ground on his Discord, so I don't know where he's at with the Robotron. But I might turn one into a Robotron. We'll see. But no, that was off the plate for me. I didn't take advantage of that deal. At the Milwaukee Sam's Club, the one I normally go to, they're sold out. Last time I looked. All right. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. Team Encoder, you all know who Team Encoder is. Most of you do. If you're new here, you've never heard of the term Team Encoder. Team Encoder and his team are a wonderful bunch of guys that help us get the most out of our Arcade1Ups. And he's done a couple other things too. I've been a fan of his from the beginning, and I've used some of his mods here and there. I actually have Pinner 3.9 currently in this Star Wars pinball on the PCB, but we're going to substitute that today. Today we're going to put in an Orange Pi 5 Max with the Team Encoder hat, which to me is like a daughter board for the Pi 5 Max. And then we're going to actually do the Backglass mod as well. So not only are we going to put in Team Encoder's new interface, we're going to attempt the Backglass mod as well. Now, I say attempt because I don't have the 22-inch monitor to do the Backglass replacement yet. So I figured, well, we could still attach the Pi 0. And for the Backglass mod, you need a Pi 0 2W. And so I figured, well, I'll just throw a TV out there and see if we can't get the Backglass running on it. So we'll see. I know a TV has a refresh rate difference, and there might be all kinds of reasons why it doesn't work on this TV, but we'll find out as we go. That's the whole fun about doing these live, right? Screwing things up as we go. Oh, Nerds Laundmaster said they restocked. So maybe Sam's has a bunch of these sitting in a central warehouse somewhere, gathering dust, and they just want to get rid of them. I should check mine then. Thank you. I'll check. I'll stop. I got to go there anyway for something else. So I'll stop at mine. I got to go to work tomorrow. So I'll stop at mine tomorrow after work. See what they got. I could look on the app online, I guess. Well, yeah, Stock Jock. What I would do is make it a two-player panel. I would go to 99 Lives Arcade or something and just bring it down to a 2-player. So yeah, we're going to be doing the mod. Any of you that most of you may have already seen B's live stream with Team Encoder. And it was pretty straightforward. I watched the whole thing all the way through. just to get a sense for how the install went, and it's pretty straightforward. I will follow the documentation today. Before we dive into that, let me go back full screen here. And let me bring up, let me share out that. All right, so I have links in the description of this stream for all of these pages that we're going to look at here. All right, this is the main Team Encoder page, team-encoder.com. This is where you'll find all of their mods. The thing is when you look at A1 Pinner here, that's the old mod, 3.9. So if you clicked on that, you know, it's talking about the old mod. So this is not the mod we're going to be doing today. The mod we're going to be doing today, the directions are housed here. And again, these links are in the description of the stream. So we're going to be following this document. I have a printed copy that I can reference. Actually, what we're going to be following is the actual installation. This is the installation document. It's very thorough, at least in my mind. And I'm not going to read everything here today, but just know that this document is out there. A link to this PDF is also out there in the stream description. And then we'll move on to the backglass display. Okay. Now, the thing about Team Encoder is the best way to stay on top of what they got cooking. I'm losing my English. Sorry, folks. The best way to stay on top of what Team Encoder's got going on is through their Discord. And again, the link to the Discord is in the description. You got to connect with them on the Discord to find out what's current. And the reason I say that is because I want to say it was Thursday night, maybe, or was it Friday? No, it might have been Friday night. They came out with an actual installer, and I'm circling it right here with my mouse. The Backglass installer, which actually you run on your Windows PC, and you stick your SD card that's going to be in the Pi 0 2W, and it will actually, if you don't have the image already, it will download it for you and then install it, write it out to that SD card. You don't even have to, worry about having your own utility to write the image. This utility takes care of that. And it also configures Wi-Fi. It asks you for your Wi-Fi SSID and password in order to configure the Backglass Pi 0. So that came out, like, I'm guessing it was Friday night. And that I saw that, I think, early Saturday morning and immediately downloaded it. And I went, yesterday was part of my prep for this. So I did my SD card work yesterday. One of the first things I always do is back up the SD card that the person ships me. So Team Encoder ships an SD card for the main Pi, the Orange Pi 5 Max install. I immediately image that as a backup to fall back on in case something goes haywire. I can go back to the original image if I need to. And then for the second SD card, which is for the Pi 0, obviously I wrote or ran this utility against that and got that image going as well. Hockeytown asks if I'm interested in the new ALP HD SSF kit. Not really. I know about it. I know it's out there, but I already have the 4KP with the SSF kit. I don't know if maybe that'll be a project down the line I'll look at doing. But again, my priority is getting a racing sim going. In the order of things, I would put that at the bottom of my list right now. So, okay. So yeah, these are the, Team Encoder is, their web pages are what we're going to be working off, and their document. So, and it's pretty well done. B went through it pretty well the other night. All right, we'll stop sharing. All right, and let's get to it. I'll talk as we go along, right? Okay, I'm not as polished as B, but I am going to try and be conscious of when I move the camera, because I'm going to be moving my cell phone camera around. Is taking the focus off that camera, so you guys don't get massive vertigo or something, some sort of reaction. What am I doing? I'm looking for cell phone camera. Let's transition over there. Okay, now I can kind of see the chat. Oh, you know, I got to really switch mics too. I haven't used this either in a while, so we'll see if it works. Testing, testing. Okay, so it's. I saw that the other day that Woot had the DJI mics on sale, and I missed it. It sold out super quick. All right, so let's change the mic source here to microphone. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Looks like it's working. Testing, testing. It's probably it's a little lower level. Interesting. Mike Hawkhurst is here. Welcome, sir. All right. Now, I'm kind of going to try and do this like B. I've never done this before, so I don't know how hard it's going to be to do. We'll see. Okay, so again, I'm going to be working from the documentation. That's how I do things when I do live streams. Again, I have my printed documentation, the backglass stuff. I got the Pinner OPI kit documentation. I also got the text file from the backglass, but I don't think I need this one. Not today, since I have the updated document. I don't know if chat's going to be a problem. I think I'm going to fire up my tablet because I want to be able to see you guys. I want to be able to respond to your chats. What time is it? It's we're about 30 minutes in. Okay, that's good. We chatted for about 30 minutes. I'll try to put time codes in. I know I'm really bad at that. Try to go back and put time codes in, because there might be somebody out there that's only interested in the backglass portion. So we'll see if we can't do that. Can you all hear me? Let me know. Somebody give me a thumbs up in the chat or something. Let me know if you can hear me. I want to make sure this DJI mic's working okay. Okay. So let me describe for you what I have. I have the Arcade1Up. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Hockeytown and B Kirby. What I have here is the stock Arcade1Up and the stock PCB with the A1 Pinner 3.9 from Team Encoder. But what I also have, it's not all the pinball is not all stock. I've replaced the monitor with a 32-inch LG decased. I had to decase it in order to make it fit. And that's the only significant mod to it is the pinner mod, the A1 pinner mod, and the 32-inch TV. And the reason why I went to the 32-inch off the bat was because my Arcade1Up monitor failed. So the stock monitor crapped out on me. So I said, well, I guess now's as good a time as any to do the 32-inch mod. So did it. So I currently have an LVDS board in there, but I'm not going to need it because when all is said and done, this is all going to be HDMI to HDMI. StockShock pointed that out to me the other day. And so we're going to be ripping some stuff out. We're going to be ripping the Arcade1Up stuff out and putting this. But let's focus on the Raspberry Pi. So, guys, here's the packaging that Team Encoder uses when they ship out, and it's pretty awesome. And it's padded, and they do some internal padding as well on the package. So I'm going to set this. I had it up here because I wanted people to see it. That's what you look out for on your porch or your mailbox. Actually, mine went into the mailbox. It was delivered by, and you get this looks like to be a power cable. You get a bag of screws, which we'll be using throughout the install. And you get the mount. I realize I'm shaking the camera here. Sorry. I didn't know if this is going to work. You've got your mounting surface here for the assembly. So, and then you also get the actual hat, which is in this case. And in this case also, I keep hitting the camera, is the SD card. Now there's two SD cards in here. It comes with one, which is this black one here. That's the one that came from Team Encoder. This one is the one I threw in there for the backglass. So in the box here, you've got a nice little sticker here, Team Encoder sticker, which I will gladly slap on to my pinball after I'm done. That's pretty cool. And then this is the hat. Oh, there's another sticker in there. Cool. So you get two cool stickers. And this is sealed, so we're going to have to cut it open. Let's do that. Where's my scissors? I've got them hidden. I miss modding. I miss doing fun stuff like this. It's been a while since I've done a project, so, and this is definitely a project. I knocked off something. It's just a cover for something. It's this piece right here, but that piece is there, so I don't know where this one came from. But that's the hat, the Team Encoder hat, and you can see the. I'll turn it up right so you can see the Team Encoder logo right there. That's just a cover. I don't know what it came off of because there's not a. Oh well. All right. So we got our handy dandy documentation here. And as we go through it, it talks about what's in the box, gives you nice pictures of everything. It tells you what you need to bring to the table. And again, what you need is the Orange Pi 5 Max. And again, there's like 3 different kinds of the Orange Pi 5. So make sure that if you order this for your Arcade1Up pinball, that you're getting the Orange Pi 5 Max. And And then I've got the cooling kit, which is right here. So we're going to stick, I'll open it up here. I actually bought 2 of these for whatever reason, but this is the cooling kit he wants you to order. And there's links to these parts. But this is what we're going to be attaching. We're putting a fan on top of the CPU. So let's see, extra HDMI cable, which I have. If you are attaching to a stock monitor, you need the LVDS converter board, which I don't need. So this is going to be a straight to HDMI conversion. So there's going to be parts of this document that I'm going to be skipping. I think parts 2 and 3, because I'm not working with the LVDS converter board. And then the Raspberry Pi 02W, that Raspberry Pi you only need if you're going to be doing the backglass display. Oh, thanks, Doc Jock. Okay, that's what I was suspecting it went. Because I know he talked about on B stream about how delicate those pins were, and the pins look to be intact. So yeah, not going to worry about it. All good. So yeah, the Raspberry Pi 02W is optional. It's completely optional. If you're just going to keep the backglass stock, you're not going to put a TV in there, you don't need the Raspberry Pi 02W. Let me stress that again. You do not need the Raspberry Pi 02W. The only time you need it is if you're doing the backglass mod, like I'm going to be doing today. So, and you also need the appropriate power adapter for the Orange Pi 5 Max, which mine came with it. So I bought it as a kit. So I got the Orange Pi 5 Max, and that adapter came with it. And here it is. You want to see it? It's white, and it has 5.1 V5A GAN on it. That's the Raspberry Pi 5 power. Here's a little box for the Pi 02W. If you're curious, I bought it for 18 bucks at Micro Center. I don't know what the price is now. So Biggie D is here. Welcome, Biggie D. We're just kind of going through the documentation here. All right, part 1, assembling the OPI 5 Max and hat. All right, insert the, and it even shows you the screws you need to use. So the 15 millimeter screws. Let me get a drink here. And then I'm sorry, I'm not muting. Again, this may be a long stream because I'm going to take my time with it. I got all the time in the world. I don't have chores to worry about. The only thing I'm doing is laundry upstairs, and I can wait until I'm done. So we're going to have some fun. I told the gal I was going to have some fun today. Been a while since I've done something fun down here. So, all right, so I'm emptying out all the contents of. So we want the 15 millimeter screws, which are these black ones. And I need an appropriate screwdriver. He says all you need is a Phillips screwdriver. Well, you need an appropriate sized Phillips screwdriver. I want to make sure. That one's too big. Yeah, that's this will be our tool. Okay. And by the way, I highly recommend these kits, especially if you're working. I believe I got this from this mic came from Walmart, actually. Not sure. But they're great for working with smaller screws, especially the excuse me, especially the GRS Build-A-Cades. So I'm using the same toolkit I use for the GRS Build-A-Cade. All right. So step one, insert the nylon screws into the case. So here's our case. We're just going to be inserting the screws into these 4 posts. By the way, thank you for spending your Sunday morning with me. I appreciate it. A pretty light day today. I did not do a heavy workout in the gym. I gotta not hit the camera. Sorry guys if I've got camera shake. All right. That was step 1 of part 1. Now we want to place the Orange Pi 5 Max onto the screw. All right. So we need to open our Orange Pi 5 Max. And I don't remember, I think I got the 16 gigabyte version. Doesn't say on the wrapper. I'll have to look. It doesn't really matter at this point, but I think I got the 16 gigabyte version. So again, sealed, so we need to cut it open. Try to keep this site clean as I work. And you have to be careful taking this out of the wrapper, according to Team Encoder. So just be very careful. And the other thing you have to be really careful about is this wireless antenna. He stresses that in the documentation. That connection point right here for the wireless antenna. I need some more light because you guys are seeing a bunch of black. Let's get one of my maybe both. I'll stick them both on there. I just use the camera shake, guys. Just adding a little bit more illumination here. There. Now we got some light. So there we go. That's better. All right. So yeah, this little connector point right here where my thumb is for the wireless, you got to be very careful about not disconnecting it because getting it back on is impossible. I've actually done that before, working with Pis. I believe my orientation is correct here. Just looking at the bracket. I'm very concerned about orientation. Here seems to be keeping the screws. So where I just want to make sure that screws don't fall out. That's the thing. All right. So that was step 2. Step 3 is to install the 12 millimeter nylon spaces. That's these 4 black things here. And that'll help you keep careful. one of the screws. Gotta take your time with it. Okay. And be careful of these pins too. Don't overdo it. So I'm just kind of using the screwdriver to hold the screw in place while I put the spacer on. You're talking about PCs for OTG. I wanted to get one of those too, but what I was thinking about doing was, because I was thinking about putting the racing rig down here, but I need a direct line to my router for that to work well. Okay, 2 spacers are now on. We're cooking now. God, camera shake. You know, this is the first time I've done this type of view, so. First time working with an Orange Pi 5 too, so. First time for everything. Like Spock says, for everything, there is a first time, Lieutenant. I love it when McCoy asks Kirk if he wants a tranquilizer in that movie. I'm not going to need a tranquilizer, I don't think. All right, so we've got the spacers on, locking those screws into place. So the board is now locked to the assembly. All right, here's the important part now. So we did step 3, the spacers. Now we're going to be reorienting the antenna. And what we're going to be doing is this is your antenna here, your wireless antenna. You can see the wire from here going to that little spot there. So, and I saw B do this the other night. So you kind of want to, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I saw him like stick a finger down there to hold it, but I don't see how I'm going to be able to get a finger in there. But what we need to do is we need to take this antenna, which is wedged here, be very gentle so that you're not ripping the cable up. Take it out from between the USB ports, and you need to gently, without messing with the connection on the board, lift it up and seat it into this. Why is it not going all the way in? So be careful. There it goes. Doesn't it, stock jack, doesn't it have to go in more than that? Or is that fine? I'm looking at the picture. That looks to be fine the way it is right now. I'm just going to leave it. It kind of snapped into place. So the only thing is this cable's now in the way of the pins, which we're going to need. So I'm going to relocate that cable a little bit. because we're going to need these pins. All right. Yeah, okay, Stock Jock. Thank you for confirming that. Appreciate it. 4 is complete, which is relocating the antenna. So now we're moving on to step 5, which is installing the CPU cooler. All right. Again, there's a very specific one that he wants you to use, and I should have gotten the link up. Maybe I'll do that after the stream. Gotten the link up to the one I bought because it looked incredibly. He has a link somewhere, and I couldn't find it where he stuck it. He has a parts list that you can go off of, and I couldn't find it. But we're not going to use these things, these additional heat sinks. We're just going to be using this piece. So what he wants you to do is peel off the blue adhesive backing of the fan and orient the cooler so that the wires face the top edge of the case. So the wires are going to be facing towards the pin. Just by looking at this picture in the diagram, he's got it facing the GPIO pin. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to peel the backing off of here. And you can see the CPU is a Rock chip RK3588. But that's going to get covered up here in a second. So Arcade wants me to put dark mode on my well, if you can tell me how to do that, that'd be great. I'll just take it out of the freaking camera view. There. Then it's less annoying. I don't know about the jump cutting because I'm not obviously watching the stream, so. I want to center it up here. Press it down a little bit. All right, so our cooling fan is now installed. I'll look for it later. I actually normally I normally prefer dark mode, so I don't know why I didn't. I never did it on my tablet. All right, so we just finished step 5, which is installing the CPU cooler. We've got our antenna properly oriented. We've got our we've attached the board to the mounting kit with these spacers. So that was step 5. Now we're going to move to installing the hat. All right. As far as jump cutting is concerned, guys, I got a new router. I upgraded to 1 gigabyte speed and for my home internet, and so I've got a new wire. I've got a router. I've got a Wi-Fi 6 router now, and so yeah, I'll take that feedback to heart. See if I can't do some things on my end to make that better. All right, so now we're on to step 6 here, which is to install the pinner hat. Be gentle with the hat bag. Do not force it out. If it resists, cut the bag open rather than tugging on the components. Damage from forcing the hat out of the anti-static bag is not covered under warranty. Now, the Wi-Fi 6 router is what they gave me, so I have Spectrum. All right, so let's get the hat. And here we have the GPIO port here on the hat, which obviously goes into the GPI port. Now there's a way that we want to orient the wires, because just remembering from B's stream, I think we want the wire to come up through the center part here. And I've got this the wrong way. I need to look this way because I need to see the pins. So I'll make sure the hat is, he stresses it. Team Encoder stresses this because he's seen this in a few cases. Is people are not paying attention to the pin location, and they're bending pins. So you got to be careful about that. So just be very particular and very careful, which I just knocked it off where I was going to put it. Just there. I've got it on the pins I want it to go on. So just make sure your sockets align. Confirm every pin lines up before pressing down. It should fit cleanly around the fan. And it doesn't. It's a little off. I probably should have put the fan over to the left a little bit. So that's a note for people that are watching this stream. He says the hat should fit cleanly over this. So if I were to, I mean, it looks okay. And if you look at the pin placement, it's seated well. But it doesn't sit perfect over the fan because why? Because I did not pay attention to where I was dropping the fan. I probably should have shifted it over this way a little bit. Just a hair. Because you can see right there, the fan is kind of butted up against one side of the hat. So make a note, folks, when you do that, when you put the fan on, that you might need to seat it a little bit off center this way. So here's your USB ports on the Pi. Just put that fan on a little bit over to the right. Good to know, Cornercade. I will. I'll reach out to them and see if they have a Wi-Fi 7 router. B Kirby, I don't. That's not how he wants you to put in the directions, and Team Encoder is big on people following directions. He wants you to put the fan on first, so that's in the directions. But again, I would for future reference, I would have people move that fan just slightly over, away from the USB port. Because you got plenty of room over on this side, but I don't have room on this side. And he says, according to his documentation, that it should fit cleanly around the fan. And I do have the fan he's recommending. That I confirmed. So, yeah. I think we'll be okay, though. I'm not worried about it. Again, my pin alignment is okay. It's seated well. So, just something to note. All right, let's move forward. Let's see. Okay, so we've done that. Verify 40 pin alignment before going further. He wants you to do that, which we did. Looks good to me. He says that's the single most common source of my cabinet boots strangely or shuts itself off, doesn't see controls, problems they've seen. Inspect the connector from multiple angles and make sure every pin from the OPI 5 Max is fully inside the hat's socket, not bent, not skipped, not offset by a row. So we'll take a gander on the other side just to make sure no pins are protruding outside, and they're not. All right. And he does give you some illustrations of what wrong looks like. And you can see here in this picture right here, you could see it's blurry, but you could see the pins protruding. So, all right. I love his documentation. It's really well done. I think there needs to be a small update about fan location. But, all right, connect the fan to the hat. Here we go. We need to pay attention to this part too, because you've got a red, so on the fan, you've got a red wire and a black wire. Okay. Red, black. Okay. The red wire, you've got two pins here. This is your fan connection right here. This 2-pin connection, and it says fan 1 on the hat board. So the red wire is away from the fan, outside. So that's the first pin here. And he's got a note here, okay? Do not over insert the fan cable. The fan wires only need to seat until they reach the white line on the connector. It's a little bit different. I don't have a white line there. The white line is butted up against the, maybe they changed that on later boards. I don't know. But on the board I saw on B stream, there was a white line that you didn't want to go past. There's not a white line on this board, other than the box where the pin sockets are seated. So the red wire goes outside away from the fan. All right. I hope that's correct. I don't remember what the screen said. And then the black wire is inside towards the fan. So red is on the outside, black is on the inside. Be very gentle. All right. Yeah. I think I'm okay, guys. I think I'm okay with the fan, so I'm not worried about it. All right. So the fan is connected to the hat. See, if you look at the diagram, see on the diagram where he has the white line? He wants people to stop at that white line, putting or when they put those pins on. But if you look at the actual board that I have, that box is actually underneath the actual seat. So don't go behind. In my case, you can't. In my case, you can't push them any further than that. So let's move forward. Secure the hat with the 6mm silver screws. All right. Interesting. I've got two different types of silver screws here. I'm going to assume the ones he wants us to use are these. Well, let me look further just to make sure. I want to make sure I'm using the right screw because I got two sets of silver screws here. All right. No. These are the LVDS screws, which I'm not going to be using. All right. The screws I need are these four. So what we're doing now is securing the hat to the Pi 5 into the spacers. Keep knocking that. So we're basically just tying the two together. I'm glad I have Stock Jock in here to confirm some of the things I'm doing. Sure. Oh, I got the 16 gigabit. I just noticed that while I'm drilling this screw in. I've got the 16 gigabyte Orange Pi 5 Max. So there is an 8 as well. And I believe they say the 8 works just fine. But I got the 16 gigabyte. I figured if I was going to go all in, I'm going to go all in, you know? Oh, I got to be careful. I keep hitting this wireless. I do not want to jerk that wireless around, especially if it winds up breaking that connection. All right, so our hat is now securely attached. Looks good. Pins look good. Fully assembled side view. Now, notice here he's got like etched into the 3D printed mount kit. He's got the HDMI. He tells you what ports are for what. So this HDMI port is for the screen. This HDMI port is for the Arcade1Up DMD. So that's really good. Easy to put together. All right. So we've done step 8 in part 1. That's the last step. Now we're the documentation moves into the LVDS board. Now again, folks, we're not using the LVDS board, okay? And the reason why is because I already have a HDMI capable monitor in the unit. I've got a 32-inch LG monitor in there. I do not have the stock Arcade1Up monitor. So I'm skipping part 2. And it even tells you stock screen only right here on the documentation. I don't have the stock screen. So it says aftermarket monitor users skip this part. So we are. Part 3 will also skip because it's about mounting the LVDS case into the cabinet screen, which we're not doing. So it's part 2 and part 3 are LVDS related, which I'm not using. Let me review the directions though in part 3 because just want to make sure there's mentions of the OPI 5. All right, connect the cables to the LVDS. We don't do. Move to the next page. Place the OPI 5 Max assembly in the cabinet. All right. He tells you, all right, we're going to bounce around here. First of all, we're going to put the SD card in right now because I saw B do this the other night. Probably makes it a lot easier. All right. So this is the SD card. It's a 64 gigabyte card. And I'm going to stop and talk about this card. Okay. It says GoRAM on it, if you can see that. I'm going to put it in now because that's what B did. In the order of steps in the documentation, he wants you to put the cab assembly in the cabinet first. Well, it makes more sense for me to slap the SD card in there first, connect all my cables, and then locate the Orange Pi 5 Max. All right. But let's talk about this SD card. So he sends this with you with the hat. So the first thing I do when I receive SD cards from any vendor is I make a backup of it because I don't know if I'm going to mess it up, and I want to be able to have something to go back to if I need to reflash the card. Now, the thing about this card is if you try to mount it in an adapter to your Windows 11 PC, it will not assign it a drive letter. I just need to stress that. You will not get a drive letter out of it. So if you're using utilities like Disk Imager to make a backup copy of this, you're not going to see the drive because it doesn't have a drive letter. I used a utility called Rufus. Rufus has a way, and it's very particular, so you have to find documentation to be able to obtain images. Rufus is normally used to flash images to cards, but it does have the ability to actually back it up to an image. And that's what I did. I used Rufus to back this up. So just make a note of that. You don't have to do that. If you want to wing it and just throw this card in and go, baby, go, you can do that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Other than the fact that if you do mess it up, you're going to have to email the team and can I get another SD card or tell me where the image is so I can try and flash it myself. I back them up whenever I get them. So let's locate the SD card, which is right here on the Raspberry Pi. Slides right in and locks. I hope I got that in. I don't think it'll go in the other one. Nope. Oh. Slide it in, logo down. So the SD card is now in. Okay, now I did not take apart my Arcade1Up, okay? I did not, we're getting to the point where I'm gonna move to the cabinet. I'm gonna reorient the cabinet, the camera. I think we're pretty much done with the table. All right, let me talk for a second about orientation. So in the document, he says, place the OPI 5 Max and hat in the back left of the cabinet, oriented, and there is a particular orientation you have to use, okay? And the reason for that is for the, what do they call that, guys? It's escaping me now. Is for the tilt detection, the way you shift the cabinet. So it's important that the bottom of the hoodie Lego faces the right side of the cabinet. So here's the bottom of the hoodie logo. So it has to face the right side of the cabinet. And the DMD screen HDMI labels have to face the front of the cabinet. That doesn't make sense. Because here's the bottom of the hoodie logo faces the right side of the cabinet. The DMD screen HDMI labels face the front of the cabinet, but the bottom of the hoodie label faces the left side of the cabinet. Stock Jock, help me out here. I see my stream is frozen. Oh, no. Accelerometer, or the gyro, yeah. Help me out here because Team Encoder's directions don't quite match up with the actual install. I want to make sure I get this right the first time because I'm going to be using 3M strips to put this in the cabinet. He told B the other night that he doesn't feel that's necessary, but I'm going to be moving this cabinet back into place, and I don't want that thing shifting around. Doc Jack, please let me know. So when I stick this in the back left corner of the unit, I obviously have to have room to put the HDMI cables. But is this the correct orientation? You have the antenna on the left side. So that puts the HDMI cables on the other side, though. Is your nudge, Doc Shock, is your nudge working? I don't know if you've nudged. All right, we're gonna do. All right, so we're gonna do it that way. We're gonna mount it in here like this. All right. So I'm gonna get oriented here. Oh. We're gonna transition here a little bit while I move this camera around. I'm trying to get better at doing that, not moving the camera while it's active. Plus, I have to lift this thing up a little bit. All right. Thank you guys for confirming all that. All right. So I've moved the camera. Here's the guts of my Arcade1Up. And what you see is I actually decased, and this is the original Arcade1Up PCB right here. I decased it and just put it, mounted it on the surface. I may just disconnect it and just leave it there, because we got plenty of space back there for the so here's my HDMI cable and my power cable for my 32-inch monitor. And I have my LVDS board here on the side. So we're going to disconnect the monitor cable. And we're going to plug it in. Now again, on the mount here, we've got the screen and the DMD. So I'm going to be plugging the screen into the first HDMI port. And my monitor is currently powered on because it's always on. All right, so we've got our HDMI cable in. So just jumping back into the documentation, run the HDMI cables, run your extra HDMI cable from the hat port labeled screen to the well, not to the LVDS board, the aftermarket monitor, which I just did. Take the stock DMD HDMI cable and plug it into the DMD. This has got to be the cable for the DMD right here, and it's attached up here. I don't think I'll need to mess with that. I think if I just move this back, so we're going to plug the DMD into the assembly here, and I should have plenty of room here, although, yeah. All right. We don't need to mess with LVDS power, connect the cable harness to the hat. Let me make sure you guys can see that. It's kind of way back there. So let's lower the camera a little bit. Back a little bit. So I've got the hat here, and this is the original Arcade1Up PCB. Okay. So do I want to stop here? And I think I do. I want to do my Velcro. I probably should have done that before. I'm gonna basically just use these 3M black Velcro. It's generally used for art hanging. But if I ever want to take the assembly out of the cabinet, since they're Velcro, works well. Wanna try to get it on there as straight as possible. And Team Encoder was saying you don't need to do this. I know he doesn't know why you need to do this, but I'm big on organization. I don't want this thing to move around a lot because I think that would affect the accelerometer or the gyro. I just peeled it off. And this, I just don't want this whole thing shifting around here. Moving it. All right. So I've picked a location. Okay, so now let's move to the connectors. So the gray ribbon cable. I need some additional lighting. So we're taking the gray ribbon cable. Actually, this might work out best if I do it from behind. Let me see if this works. Of course, I got to walk around the entire arcade. A little cramped. So we need to bring the gray cable and put it in the black connector here. I think, yeah. Yeah. All right, so that came off of the PCB. Now I need the documentation. All right. All right, the JST cable. So that would be this cable right here. Careful not to wiggle off the entire. Of course. Oh boy, that sucker does not want to come off. It's fighting. So this is your JST cable. And that goes to the connector port in the back of the hat. Ooh, that's tight. That is pretty tight. But doable. Yeah, it'll reach. All right, so the two cables from the PCB are now on there, the ribbon cable and the JST cable, as per the documentation. Route the OPI 5 max power cable through the back of the cabinet on the USB-C side. Plug it into the Orange Pi 5 Max. So we're looking for the Orange Pi 5 power cable, which is this guy. No, this guy right here. Now I've been using the little hole in the faceplate to route cables through. And I'm going to continue to do that. But I currently have that unmounted. I'll route it through here. Through that back plate. All right, this needs to go back of the cabinet on the USB-C side and plug it in into the Orange Pi 5 Max. Goes next to the HDMI. All right, I see it. This is kind of awkward with the way this thing's mounted. This will go better if I just do this. All right. All right, so the power cable is in. And we're not going to turn it on yet or apply power yet. I may need to get a leave both the OPI 5 Max adapter and the cabinet unplugged until step 20. He wants you to do a final 40 pin check, but I've got the thing in place and it looked good the last time I checked it. So Look at the hat. He wants you to look at the hat one more time from above and from the side. Every OPI 5 Max must be inside the hat socket, not bent over, not skipped, not offset by a row. Basically, get that, make sure that 40 pin connector is fine. Damage to it is not covered under warranty. Double check every connection, pin seated. Plug both the OPI 5 Max power cable, power adapter, and the Arcade1Up cabinet into the wall. All right. So we're at the point now we're ready to rock and roll. I just need to make sure. I really would like to get a. Probably should have thought of this yesterday. A separate power strip. I don't even know if I have one. Yep, I do. Always good to have part storage. How are we doing on time? So we're about an hour and a half into this. Not bad. But we still got the backglass piece to go. And I just want to get up and running with the Pi first. So let's make sure this is off. Let's bring this power over here. I can't see the chat, so if you guys are asking me shit, I can't see it. So I'm plugging in the Arcade1Up cabinet, and I'm plugging in the Raspberry Pi. The strip is currently off. Now, before I flip the switch, I just want to confirm here. The Arcade1Up power. Where's the Arcade1Up power going to? That is going into here. Okay. Yeah, I still need that. So we've moved two cables from the original PCB, which I'm just going to leave in place. It's disconnected. I'll just leave it in there. I don't need to yank that stuff out. And my monitor is loose, so I'm going to pull the camera back. And I need to be very careful about this because this monitor. Oh, the dust. See, I don't have it attached to the actual lift plate. And I'm going to have to reseat everything in here after all is said and done. Oh, dirty. A little bit more complicated with the because this is seated in here a little bit weird. We got to make sure that all my loose pieces that were holding this thing into place are actually in there, which they're not. Yeah, it all came loose. This is where two people come into play here. Yep, it just all came crashing down. Now I got to remember how I had all this. Yeah, I remember now. Got a piece with a piece of foam here. It's this piece that fell out. Yeah. Bear with me, folks. It's very delicate right here. Seating this monitor back into place. Very particular. Matter of fact, I think I might have to loosen some cabinet screws. Ah, fell again. Coming apart too. Oh, hopefully I didn't totally screw up this 32-inch monitor. And hopefully I can get this thing back together. None of this is a part of the, unless you have unless you have one of these like I do, a 32-inch monitor. To kind of follow directions on somebody on how to seat this in here. Before I go any further, I want to. I'm going to loosen the cabinet. Just on the sides, see if that helps. Let me get this thing in. There. Gotta loosen it on the sides here too. I really hope this monitor still works. Not paying attention to camera angles here. I hope this is working. Oh, that went too far. Well, if I ever sell this, there, perfect. All right. Need a rag. Let me take a peek at the chat. I finally got the monitor in. All right. Okay, so the moment of truth. Let's take one last look at the documentation here. I hope I make Team Encoder proud here. Let's see, double check every connection, which I've done. Well, I kind of sort of did. Plug both the OPI, we did that. All right, so flip the power switch to on. Well, I'm gonna turn the power switch on here, and then here. Now it says first boot is slow. This is normal. It says erasing. That's a good sign. It means I'm connected to the Pi. You'll see erasing flash on screen during initial provisioning. After that, the system boots into Pinner OS and shows a Wi-Fi setup screen. I realize I've got glare from the backglass LED. Wonder if I can disconnect that. There. I just disconnected the backglass light to reduce the glare. Oh, thank you, Stock Jock, man. CR Cool King, first of all, welcome to the stream. I just want to get it, back to stock. And then a few tables that he also, the tables that I own in Zen, easily on there, and the Pinball Arcade. So we're waiting for the Wi-Fi setup screen to pop up here. I'm going to be patient. Just going to be patient. I'm losing patience. I'm losing patience. Stock Chuck says this part takes a bit, so be patient. Scrolling back to the chat while we wait. Mike Hockert says he picked up the WrestleFest. There we go. There it is. I love that dancing Team Encoder character. All right. Just scrolling through the chat. Yeah, Stock Jock, you're probably right. I do want firepower. I had fun playing that game when we were all together. At least I did. I know I didn't break my 32-inch monitor because that appears to be working. Hockey Town. Regarding the half marathon, I got to tell you, I absolutely adored that course. I loved it. What I didn't love, my gal is having physical problems, and so her running endurance is affected. And so I wanted to hang back with her during this run. But we'd definitely be back. I love that area. I loved the Muskegon shoreline, all the activities that were there. I even loved the submarine that was there, which is leaving now. It's going to go into dry dock for a few months, but we got to tour it. I love that whole area, and I would love to go back there. So, yeah, I'm not going to say it's not in our future, but right now, not in our plans. But we'd go back there. Loved it. He should have like music playing during this. Or maybe there is. I just don't have the audio up. I don't know. Remember, folks, we still got the backglass piece to go. But I want to get this piece set up right now. The next part of the documentation talks about troubleshooting. So if things go wrong, what to verify, what to try. Actually, we're at the end of this document pretty much. We just need to go through the setup. Let's see. Do I have a cell phone? And I do not have a scene with desk cam. Go back. This was a good place. Oh, my throat's so dry. Ooh. Yeah, Jay Pace, I agree. A countdown bar would be nice. My cell phone is actually, I may have to go off the cell phone here for a bit. Check the Wi-Fi on your cell phone and see if it's showing. No, it's not yet. Oh, you know what? I did not set up Wi-Fi on the card. Did I miss a step? I bet I did. I don't think I did. Oh, now we got the pinner logo on the DMD, so it's progressing. I'll admit, I don't quite remember this part of B's stream. I don't remember specific details, but there's nothing in the documentation about modifying a config on the the Orange Pi 5 card. So we're just kind of waiting here. Go back to my NDI camera and make sure. Oh, now we got a starting up. First time Wi-Fi setup in progress. Here we go. Okay, so let's take a look at this. First time Wi-Fi setup. Connect your phone to the Wi-Fi network. Pinner setup. Password is on the. Connect your phone or computer to pinner setup. The password is pinner pass. Here's the thing. My phone is my camera. I didn't think this through. Let's try to navigate this, and hopefully I won't lose my NDI connection. Oh, I'm going to lose it because I'm switching networks. All right, guys. Sorry, but I'm going to have to take it out of this view temporarily. Is there another camera I can pull? I don't think I have enough slack on this camera to pull it around. So you all get to see what I'm about to do. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't have enough slack. Yeah, it's not going to work. Of course, I disconnected the camera because I moved it around too much. Oh, Hockey Town for the win. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Good idea. So we'll keep this camera. First of all, let me see if I can fix the camera I just broke. Let's see. So that's what, cam 2? Better. Sorry, the stream kind of came to a grinding halt here. But this is live TV. What do you expect? But good idea, Hockey Town. Thank you so much for that. Let's go back to this view since I'm keeping my cell phone camera. So I'm going to exit the tablet. Close that stream. And we'll look at the tablet Wi-Fi. All right, here we go. There's pinner setup. I see it. We'll connect to it. And this is actually easier on the tablet than it would be on the phone anyway. Pinner path. We'll tell it to show password, and then I'll click connect. So we're connected. It says tap here to sign in. Connect your pinball machine. Okay, so what I got here, I obviously can't, but it wants me to go through the Wi-Fi setup for the actual machine now. Okay, and then I realize that's probably blurry. Sorry, folks. Thanks, Jay Pace. I appreciate that comment. I'll put it up there so everybody can see. I appreciate that. I'm a geek, so I like to make things work. And multicam setup was on the top of my list. It wasn't easy to work out, by the way. If you want to go multicam, you have to use multiple USB buses, especially if you're going with all Logitech cameras. What I found was if you put too many Logitech cameras on one bus, you're going to have issues. So my cameras are spread out on multiple USB buses within the Windows config. Just a little dropping a hint there, if any of you are thinking about doing it. All right, so pinner Wi-Fi setup. Connect your pinball machine It's scanning for networks. So I'm going to put in my Wi-Fi. Enter Wi-Fi password. Now I got to remember it. And hope that's the right one. So disconnecting. Okay, the cabinet says disconnecting from setup network. Connecting to my precious Wi-Fi, which is my SSID. So I've connected back. My tablet's connected back to the right Wi-Fi. Hopefully I typed that password in right. Yep, connected. Now the box is going to reboot. Oh man, we're doing really well. Aside for the monkey business with the monitor, seating the monitor back in, which I knew was going to be a thing. You do the 32-inch monitor upgrade. Now, people come up with their own ways of seating that monitor in. My monitor sits loose, so I can take it out and put it back in whenever I want. But there's ways you can do it so that you can affix it to that back plate. It's a tight fit, though. A 32-inch monitor is a tight fit. I think everybody that's done it will tell you that same thing. Oh, man. I'm having fun. Hey, as long as I'm still having fun, it's a good stream, right? I'm not cursing. Or did I curse? I might have cursed. Those of you that are counting and taking notes, I should have a curse count, like in the bottom right corner or something. And just click it, press a button, and the count goes up. It's like putting quarters in a jar. Actually, Stock Jock, that's not my password. I've been in networking long enough to know. Actually, it falls more under the category of identity management, which has been my thing at my job for 25 years now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Awesome. This looks like it's going pretty well. Let me do a little bit of cleanup here. Okay, Stock Jock, I got a question for you. Okay. What do you recommend? Where do you recommend I stick these stickers? And don't say anything derogatory. I'd like to put these somewhere. And obviously the back of the machine, the back of the backglass probably is the most logical place, but I wanna give him some due. Give Team Encoder some due. By the way, the other part that I did not show that came with the pinner kit is this 3D printed mounting kit for the LVDS, which again, I'm not using. So this part is extraneous for me. I don't need it. Want to let you know. I just watched Spaceballs too. I didn't get that right off the right off the bat. That's sad. Maybe I need to watch it again. Tidying up while this boots. Where's my screw bag? Yeah, on frustration levels, this mod been really. And again, part of that is because I'm not working with the LVDS board, so this is a much simpler install. I did buy some when I eventually get my 22-inch monitor. I've got my 3M tape. I'm following Cool Toy for that. He has a video out there on replacing the backglass with a 22-inch monitor, and so Cool Toy is what I'm using as a reference, and he for mounting the TV eventually in there, and so I look forward to doing that portion of it. My monitor, the 22-inch that I did order, is expected to be here on Tuesday. So I'll be home for that. Maybe I'll do a live stream on Tuesday to do that monitor installation. We'll see. Oh, control panel. That's actually a good idea. Thank you. Maybe I'll put the white one. The white one there. That I think the white one would stand out right next to Star Wars. Okay, I've got a QR code here to go complete setup. So I'm gonna dispose of some trash here real quick. I got so much cardboard and trash and stuff down here that needs to go. Got to do some housekeeping. All right. Gamer Fridge is here. Welcome, Gamer Fridge. Now, should I do this on my tablet? Yes. Let's do it on the tablet. All right, camera. I don't think I could scan the QR code. Not with the tablet camera. I thought I had a QR code scanner on here. I had a QR code. Here it is. I do have a QR code. Oh, that's just a QR to the IP address that it has down here. Open link. Pinner management. Okay, now guys, I realize you guys can't see this. Actually, do what B did the other night. Let's see. Oh, let's bring up the pinner window. We'll bring up another tab. HTTP 92 168 1.174. All right, that'll work. Burn Orange is here. Welcome, Burn Orange. Okay. So, I do not have a desk. I want to do this proper. So, bear with me, folks. I'm doing on the fly configuring. Existing desk camera. Okay, let's go get the other source. NDI source. Whoa, resolution on that is incredible. All right. So now we want to share out the pinner window. All right, here we go. So here's the pinner management screen. Now, I just went to the IP address that the QR code took me to on my streaming laptop so I could show it to you all. All right, so let's go through the configuration here. Here we got system information, pinner OPI, Android version 14. Here's the serial number, uptime, SD card space. It's got 45 gigabytes of free space, it looks like. And it even gives you the CPU temperature. You know, I didn't even look to see if the CPU or the fan was going. Can't tell. Dark in there. I don't know when that fan turns on, though. Oh, it is going. Yeah. Fan's going. Confirm. Fan is working. All right, here we go. Start page. We will do Star Wars. Available pages. I'm just going to check them all. Already did that. It saved it anyway. All right. I'm not quite sure where I proceed from here. So we did that. Pinner management, read this first, table ownership. Now, I don't need to run the Android emulator. I have to use my personal Google account. I'm excited about this VPX support coming. Okay, we did this. Don't need to do the simulator. And then he goes into the card. System controls. All right. So reboot cabinet, check for pinner updates. Well, I want to do the Zen table thing. So get your tables. This card is for tables beyond the stock cabinet bundle. You have to sign in first. All right, let's do that. Let's I may need to take this off the screen briefly while I sign in. Oh, it's updating. Yeah, make that bigger. Oh, it's not letting me make it bigger. So it's downloading updates. I didn't click on that. It's starting to do it on its own. Stock Jock, it's updating on its own when I went into Google sign in. So I got forced into an update. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, I'm going to apply my pinner sticker. Now the cabinet's restarting. So this management interface lives. I'm going to assume that IP address. I'll lock that. Actually, I could do that on my. Well, I'll do it on my phone later, but I'll lock that IP address to this device so that it never, DHCP never reassigns the IP address. So I always know what IP address to go to. If I can find my pen, I'll write it down. So I know about it later. The table's rebooting. Here, I'll since the oh, I can't peel the sticker. Come on, I have no nails. Where's my girlfriend when I need her? She's at work. Actually, she's almost off work and going to the gym. Here we go. I'll put this right here. There, that looks great. Right there. I'll put the other sticker on the back, maybe. Yeah, I'll put this one on the back. Stock Jock, what is the power cable for? It came with the kit. I didn't see a reference to it in the document, but this cable with the right angle connection and this cable, is this what they're using to connect? That can't be. No. I don't know what this is for. This must be used for the LVDS board, which I'm not using. All right, so we We look at the pinball. Look at the DMD there. It's got the Pinner logo on it. And then we have Star Wars, Williams, Zen. And it gives you a screen to go to the table management. That's pretty cool. Love it. So let's let's go into Star Wars. First of all, I'm curious to see if I got audio, proper audio. Yep. I don't want to get it too high because I don't want to get copyright strike. In fact, I'm going to lower it. But the audio is there. So we're not on the Arcade1Up PCB. We're on the Orange Pi 5 Max now with the Team Encoder hat. Flippers work. Works really well. Let's there it goes. Weird that it's going up when I shift to the left. It's always going up. Why is that? And it tilted. Ah. Any comments on the nudge? I saw this on B's stream as well. Whenever you nudged it, it always seemed to go up. Yeah, see, it always goes up. I forget how to go back. How do you go back to the pinner menu? Doc Jock, help me out here. How do I get back to the pinner menu? Tell you something else that's cool. It is actually screen capturing on the web interface what's currently on the screen. So that's pretty cool. Hockey Town, I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out how to get back to the pinner menu. It used to be on pinner 3.9, it was the 2 white buttons on the front. He was doing this effortlessly. Hold right flipper and start. Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. Got it. Had the wrong button. Check out Pinball Arcade. And then we'll go back and we'll go into Zen. Again, we got the pinner logo. Pretty cool. Got audio. And it defaults to Frankenstein. There we go. And now we got high scores. Look at that, firepower. The greatest game ever made, according to some. Flippers work really well. Seems to be a little bit of flipper lag, just a tiny bit. Oh. I really need to do some gaming streams. I never do those. I haven't even done one, I don't think. Because, you know, other people do it so much better than me. You know, I should just do a stream where I'm playing 4KP or a stream where I'm... It works really well. I mean, I'm impressed. Other than a slight flipper lag, I don't know if that's something I can adjust. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't set up my username or anything. All right, so let's go back into the setup. I know my military right. All right, so I'm back at the page. Let's see here. I already did updates. There was an area in B's stream where he set up. Well, number one, I haven't done this yet, linking the cabinet to the leaderboard. I thought there was a way for me to enter my name. Well, maybe that's when I set up the or link the cabinet to the leaderboard. Try that. All right. Serial number. Create a password. No thanks. Don't save. All right. Here's my API token. Ah, keep it secret. Somebody's gonna. Here we go. Initials. And I don't know. I'll probably have to add my gal in here too. So we did that. Oh, shit. I need my token. I copy this. There we go. All right. So I've linked the cabinet. All right. Now let's go to the sign in to Google part. This is where it started updating the cabinet. Where it got left. All right, so it wants me to sign in. I'm gonna switch views here. I'm gonna go to the account where I bought some Zen pinball tables. Why is it not letting me type? Oh, type. This is like a screen emulator. And I just noticed something. Thank you very much. All right, it wants my Google account password, which I don't know off the top of my head. Seriously? Oh, now I gotta go. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to get the Google signed in. Here we go. not my password. What are you saying? Let me make sure. First of all, let me make sure I got the right one. I'm using a password. That's yeah. I didn't have the right one. Okay. All right. Try this again. Two-step verification. I know this is boring part right here, but I'm just trying to go through the Google sign-in process. And of course, Google has to ask me a bunch of questions too. All right, I'm stuck in the account added thing, it looks like. It just keeps Stock Jock, did you link this to a Google account? It's looping. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, looked like it was doing something there. It's just looping. So here's what it's doing. I can show you guys. So I've got this account added. Your account has been added. Please proceed to select Google Services option. I keep clicking next, and it just loops right back. So I don't know if my sign into Google worked or not. Oh, maybe it did. Nope, it found 26 tables. Okay. I only owned one. Okay. So we're going through all the downloads. Apparently I only had one of those too. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to mess with super sampling at this point yet. So I've linked the cabinet. I've gone through all of these. And we haven't done the backglass yet. All right, so let's change the view here again. Okay, let's I don't know if I need to reboot the cabinet or not. So let's go into Zen. I should be able to tell. I love that Team Encoder presents. All right, Back to the Future, E.T., Jaws, American Dad. These are all tables I own. Archer, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, South Park, or Butters. I think these are games that he demoed on B's stream. Yeah, these are included. But the ones I own are in there. I think I did buy some Star Wars tables too. All right, so before I'm gonna go check Star Wars. And the purchase tables, the additional purchase Star Wars table should be under the Star Wars menu. Well, that's new, Star Wars Pinball. That's additional. I thought I had Andor, or I had, what's this one? Oh yeah, Rogue One. This is Rogue One. That's one of my purchased tables. So let's go into Rogue One. Cool. Oh man, that's awesome. Oh, the DMD looks awesome too. Team Encoder, man, you really outdid yourself. This is awesome. I love the fact I can play this game on here now. Again, this is Rogue One, purchased through the Zen Pinball app. Oh, it's still doing the score summary. I'm having an actually decent game. I'm used to playing this on my cell phone. I'm actually having a decent game. I've never played this on a full field before, so I don't know if the Star Wars games reports to the high score board as well. I don't even know if this is a high score that would be on the board, but ah, got it. Got it again. Ha ha ha. Ah. I just hit it too, or would have hit it. Ah. It should be game. All right, we're going to move. Now that I know everything seems to be working, I think we're going to move to the backglass. So put my initials in. Cool. So hopefully that's uploading if it's a high score. It is a local high score, that's for sure, because I never played this game on here. All right, check the chat. Yeah, even looks even better on a 32-inch monitor too. Okay, so we've gone through the interface. I don't think I need to do anything else with the interface right now until I get to that point with the backglass installation. All right, so let's move on to the backglass installation. What we're at 2 hours and 49 minutes. All right, I said this was going to be a long stream, but hey, I got nothing else better to do. And again, if you guys need to leave, pop out, come back. You know, this content will always be there. So what I want to do is I want to go back into YouTube and bring up the stream. Okay. And we'll go back up. Cell phone. All right. I'm just going to orient the camera a little bit differently here. Than what I did before. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, we'll adjust. Okay, I don't need those instructions anymore. Biggie D, I don't think I think that they're sold out of the current run, but you know, they're considering opening it up again, but there's no promises right now. So I pretty much ordered the hat as soon as he offered it. Obviously not soon enough because I got mine later than most people did, but okay. Back glass display. Officially not the back. Okay, the part that we're going to do now, the back glass display, is not officially supported by Team Encoder. It's built and maintained by a community member named Gulong. Now he exists on the Discord channel for the back glass display, and I don't have the exact channel. Oh, here it is. Pound Pinner OPI Backglass. So check them out on the Discord channel. So it talks about how to get PP Enhancer, which is the software to install. I've already done that piece. I'm not going to demo that. I did take pictures, but I didn't download that content. I've already run the installer app. Hardware you need is the Raspberry Pi 02W, the micro SD card, which I have. Where is it? Oh, shit. Did I throw that away? Holy shit. Oh man, now I gotta go digging through trash. Oh man. Live TV, folks. I can't believe I did that. I need my light. Stand by to stand by. The good news is there's not that much trash in here. That's not it. That's it. Whew, quickly found it. Oh, if that had been a full bag of trash, I'd have been screwed. It'd taken a lot longer. Whew. So micro SD card, they recommend an 8 gig minimum, but guys, consider the fact that you know, they're going to be bringing VPX, which is why they have a 64 gig card on the Pi 5. But so I've got a 64 gig card for the Pi 02W, and that's probably way overkill, but I'd rather be safer than sorry. Plus, Amazon did not would let me buy a 32 gigabyte. So I just went with the 64. I don't care. But what it is going to do is delay the initial setup of the Pi. You know, because the first thing they do on this particular piece of the install is they expand the file system to include available space. So, let's see. We need the backglass monitor. Now we're going to be using this monitor in front of me temporarily because reasons. I don't have the 22-inch monitor yet, but we'll try and stick it as close to the pinball as possible. All right. This comes later when I actually have the monitor. We need a mini HDMI to HDMI cable for the Pi to the monitor. Is this it? No, this is a micro B. Is this where I'm going to get stopped? No, here it is. Mini HD TV to HD TV. This doesn't look like the right cable. We'll see. Thought I ordered the right one. If it's not, then this is going to be stopped dead in the tracks. And we'll have to pick up this piece later. But we'll see. Yeah. That should work. I think. You got your mini HDMI and you've got your, this is 4K UHD, it says. So we'll see. I don't think I followed the recommended parts list for the cable. And if there even was a recommended parts list. All right, micro B to USB A. That's this cable right here. So yeah, I kind of bought these off Amazon, going off of what he had in the documentation. Oh, that's right. I got 2 cables. I don't need the other one right now. So yeah. All right. So we got that. What else do we need? Power supply for the Pi. Got that right here. And I just bought, again, I bought a CanaKit power supply. Now, I've been seeing chatter on the Discord that you can power the Pi 02W from the Pi 5. And I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. But the documentation that they have, they want you to have a power supply for the Pi. Standard micro USB power supply into the power port. All right. And a power supply for the monitor, which, we're using that. So the Pi communicates with the OPI 5 Max over a USB serial link. It's not a Wi-Fi connection. The Pi acts as a USB serial device when plugged in, and the cabinet sends commands like show table X art or play multi-ball video down the wire. It's way more reliable and lower latency than Wi-Fi for in-game effects. Okay. So it talks about the software install. We already did that. I mentioned that yesterday. I'm not going to go through it. And then it says boot the Pi once standalone. Okay, so obviously here's my Pi box. I don't have it out, so let's get it out. I've never seen one of these, by the way. It's the first time. So we have it's a very small Pi. Okay, so you've got your HDMI, your power port. Power in is right here. This is USB, and this is HDMI. And then this looks like a monitor, which we're not one of those monitor things that I do with the GRS Buildicade. We're not going to use that. We're not going to use the GPIO either, I don't think. And the SD card goes in right there. So let's get out our USB, which I just had. Right there. Is that the right way? Yeah. I had it the right way to begin with. So we'll put the USB in there. Okay, insert the SD card, plug the Pi into power and HDMI. All right. Now, the other thing I bought was a kit with an enclosure for this. And that's complete. You could probably put a strip on the back of this and attach it to the back of the monitor that you're eventually going to put in. But I don't have that yet. But I got this kit. And I don't know what all this other stuff is, but I only wanted the enclosure. Let me look at this real quick. I may not do it. I may just let it hang loose for now. I just want to show it to you. So I got just trying to think how this goes. Probably goes like that somehow. I'm guessing it attaches to this. Then you put, that doesn't make any sense. No, it's got to go like this. Actually, I think I might just put this on. Yeah, okay. I know how it goes now. So you put the base, the smaller base, and then you put this on top of the base. And then you got these really teeny, they give you some adhesive if you want to attach this eventually to something, which we're not going to do right now. We're just going to let it hang loose. But this goes over it kind of feels like a heat sink almost. But you want the GPI available and exposed. So, wait a minute. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got to do it upside down. So the big piece. Just top, and then you put the screws in. And they give you a nice little, these are hex screws, so I hope this is going. I wonder if one of my tools would work better. I don't think I have the right tool. Nope. Yeah, what if it's going in? It must be because it's locked. Okay. These are really tiny screws. So if you've got big hands, be prepared to be frustrated. This is a very tiny tool too, and it's hard to get a good grip on it. They'll go in though. I'm glad about this. This was separate, okay? And he doesn't comment or say that you need to get one of these kits, but I just wanted a clean install, so I wanted to wrap this Pi Zero 2B in something that could be easily mountable either with double-sided tape or Velcro, whatever. Wait, it's taking forever to lock those in. I wish I had a hex that small. I might, but I'm not going to go looking for it. These are all basic. These screws, man, though, they're really super. That might be as far as it goes. I don't know. Doesn't feel like it. Oh yeah, tight. So I already got the SD card in though. All right, last screw, and then we'll proceed to the actual install. I don't know if this monitor is going to work. Okay, so now I have this nice little case around. Let me hold it to the camera a little bit. So you can kind of see the GPIO pins there on the one side, but it's not now the board itself is protected. Now I'm sure the team would tell you that you don't really need something like this, but for a clean install, I think it's needed. So the SD card is right here on the end. Nothing on this end, and then we've got our HDMI, and then our power port is here, and the USB is right here. Okay. All right. So plug in the Pi to power and HDMI and let it boot. So we're just going to let it do its thing. But I'm gonna set this up like I'm gonna mount it to the unit. So we're gonna put, again, you're not seeing any of this. I know. I realize that. So you got a good view of the screen there, but I'm taking the Pi 02W to the back here. I'm gonna run the cable like I would run it through the hole here on the back plate. Okay, and then I have the HDMI cable to the TV. Actually, I can't use that one. I need the cable that came with. So we're not connecting to the Pi 5 yet. I need this cable. I need the HDMI to mini HDMI. All right. So I will connect it to the mini HDMI there. All right. So the Pi 02 board, I've got the HDMI on one end, and I'm going to plug the HDMI cable the other end to the TV. It says 4KP, but hopefully it dumbs down to HDMI or okay. All right. Hopefully I don't screw this up. And of course, now I've got another power connection to make. Hopefully it'll fit right there. And we should see it do something on the TV screen here. There's no signal. Well, maybe I totally screwed the pooch, or this TV isn't working, or that cable is bad. Oh, wait. Doing something. First boot expands the file system and may take a couple of minutes. You should see the splash screen on the monitor, which I didn't because I didn't have the right input on. And again, I've got a 64 gig card in there, so it might take a while for it to expand. Ooh. Long stream, guys, I know. I know. Sorry about that. There we go. We got something. PP Enhancer version 1.0.0. It grabbed an IP address. Media size 3.1 gigabytes out of 43 gigabytes. CPU temp 40C. Okay. We're in business, folks. All right. Let's see what's next in the document. You should see the PP Enhancer splash screen on the monitor. I assume this is the splash screen. Now it wants us to power off the Pi. This is where we're going to wire it to the cabinet. All right. I'm going to turn off the cabinet because that seems like a good idea. All right. I should expand the view here so you can see both the cabinet and the screen. Now, again, picture this monitor as my backglass because I don't have, this is obviously not my backglass monitor. That's coming on Tuesday, but we're going to get everything set up first. So that way, all I got to do is worry about dropping in the monitor. Okay, connect to the OPI 5 Max. Run the USB micro B to USB A cable. All right, so I need this cable. And hopefully it's going to be good enough because I've seen some discussions on the Discord about some certain cables not working. Hopefully this cable will work. The same brand made the video cable, so hopefully, and again, I've heard some discussions that, to get short cables for this particular step. I didn't do that, obviously. So, all right. Run the USB micro B cable, the USB A cable from the Pi's USB port, not power, to any free USB A port on the OPI 5 Max. And we should have plenty. And again, dark in there. I need to see. This step, I should really take the camera back there. Hang on, folks. Bear with me. I'm just going to move there while I move the camera. I think it's important for you folks to see this part. So, what I'm doing. All right. Okay, so that's the back of the cabinet now. Now it's a mess, obviously. I've got a power strip with all the power supplies. What I was talking about before about running the cable, because there's my Pi 02W, but here's, you want to get run your cables through this hole right here, so that when you eventually put this back into place, it'll all work out. Oh my goodness, this thing gets hot. The Pi 02W gets hot. I'm glad I bought this kind of like a heat sink case, because it's hot. It's not burning hot, but so what I want to do, I envision mounting the Pi 02 somewhere up in here. I mean, I don't know if that's what most people do, or maybe they just keep the Pi 02 down here and just run the needed HDMI cable up through there. I guess that's totally optional what you want to do. I'm trying. Hang on, I'm thinking what I'm going to do here. We'll just leave it like this for now. I'll sort that out when I do the monitor install. And that might be on Tuesday. It might not be. Okay, so we need to. Where's that cable I just had? I'm not going to worry about routing cables right now. Jock sent me a DM. Streamer mode enabled. Jock says he put a 4-outlet extension plug inside the cab, so I wouldn't have all those power plugs coming out the back. Yeah, okay. I see what you did. Actually, that's actually a good idea. So I might do that. I might between now and Tuesday, when I try to button everything up nice and neat. Putting a larger power strip, or putting a 4-outlet power strip in there probably makes sense. Thank you, Stock Jock, for that, sending me that. All right, so let's just make the connection and get it to work. We'll worry about making it pretty on Tuesday. Again, I may do it on Tuesday. I may not. All right, so let's. That's not what I need. I got the wrong cable. Run the USB micro B to USB A cable. Ow. Yeah, micro B to USB A cable. But they don't match. Oh man, am I gonna get stopped here? I got the wrong cable, guys. Although the documentation matches what. Here's the problem. I'll try to bring this into view here. There's the port. It looks like a USB-C connection. Here's the cable they had me buy. Right there. See that? And look there. They don't match. Shit. I need a USB. I can't believe I've come this far only to get stopped by a wrong cable. USB micro B to USB A cable. USB micro B. That's what the documentation says. I'm gonna be so pissed. Guys, looking on Amazon, that's the cable that I bought. USB micro B, but it's not, it doesn't match what's on the Pi 02. I need a micro USB port. I'm just looking at the Raspberry Pi 02W. Which is what I have. I have the Pi 02W. Looking at the interface definitions. And 3 is identified as a USB 2.0 OTG port. Oh, I can't believe this. Documentation. Here, I'll show you in the document. So Stock Check, make sure you got the right. Look, let's look at the document. Run the USB micro B to USB A cable from the Pi's USB port. There's only one USB port on there, and it's not micro B. to any free USB-A port on the OPI 5 Max. And maybe they've talked about this on the Discord and didn't update the document yet. I need a USB, what looks to be, I'm so pissed. Come this far only to get stopped. There's gonna be a brief intermission while I go hunt down another cable here that I can use. I don't know if I have the right cable. Hockeytown has a good idea. It's not the same. Not on mine. Not the same port. But I'm glad I looked because I unplugged my charger. Yeah, see, this is not. See if I can bring that into focus. So come on, focus. I need a USB-A to whatever that is. Hang on, folks. I'm trying to find the right port or the right cable. The Raspberry Pi 02W utilizes micro USB ports for its physical connections, operating at USB 2.0 speed. Yeah, but the documentations in which I went off of says to use a USB micro B. Right here. Run the USB micro B to USB A cable. I don't know if I have one. Let me look on Amazon. So we got the Pi 0 set up. The SD card is set up and it's ready to go and ready to talk to the Pi 5. We just need the cable to talk to the Pi 5. Micro USB cable. There's a short version, 1 foot, on Amazon. I should have one of these lying around the house somewhere. And if you all bear with me, I'll go hunt for it. I can't believe I don't have this. I should have this. Talk amongst yourselves for a little bit, guys. I realize this isn't the most ideal situation, but I don't want to kill the stream just to go looking for a USB cable. So I'll be back. I'm gonna test something because we all remember I had that incident with my audio testing. 1 2 3 testing. Did I lose my configured audio? No. Testing, testing. There we go. Thought I lost my audio. Yeah, I know, Stock Jack. I'm trying to think of that. Actually, I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if what I found will work. I've got one of those ONN multi-end cables here where you can change the configuration of the end. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. If it works, great. I'll have to, but I definitely need a different cable, longer cable for the way I want to mount this. So we'll see. Jason, thank you for posting that that link there, or that model type there. Helps me make things quicker. So let's hook this back up. And we'll see what happens. Guys, I'm getting hungry. I'm starting to get hangry. And that's not always the best. All right. So this is a short cable. So now I'm going to plug it into, hopefully I left room on the USB. Oh man, guys. May have to move the Pi. Because the USB ports are butted up against the. Let's see what happens. Don't bend shit. All right. Here goes nothing. Well, wait a minute. Let me move the camera again. Okay, let's move the camera again. Not screwing up my arcade cabinets. All right, there we go. There we go. Let's fire it up, see what happens. Sorry, I walked in front of the camera. Did my monitor turn off? Come on, baby. All right, we got the splash screen on the Pi 02W. Now, will it link up? According to the documentation, The PP enhancer is listening on the USB serial link. The monitor shows the default backglass art. So hopefully it's trying to link up right now, and it may not be able to because of the cable I'm using. Oh, configuring. You have, oh, you have to enable backglass, show leaderboard, reconnect. Connected to backglass. Says it's connected. Says connected to Team Encoder Pinner Pi composite. There we go. There we go. Now the backglass is changing. I like how they've got Elvira front and center there on Pinball Arcade. All right. So it looks like we're in business with the cable I have. There's Marvel. All right. So let's go into Zen. Yeah, I was a frequent flyer at Radio Shack too, guys. All right, so high scores are displaying. You zoom in here so you can see it. So envision this as my backglass monitor because so Back to the Future, it changed. I switched it over to ET. Pretty cool. The high scores time out so that the backglass art comes through. So there's Jaws. I'm reading the. Oh, it timed out way too quick. Let's look at the setting here. Leaderboard timeout 10 seconds. I'm going to put it. I'm going to say stay on for now. Okay, it's saved backglass settings. Let's see. No, it timed out. Okay, why isn't the high scores? Do I have to reboot the thing again? Lunchbox Phil is on there. He's one of the members of the team. It's still timing out. See, the high score display should be up there longer. I'm wondering if I have to reboot. Just gonna power everything off again and power it back on. See if I get the leaderboards to stay on. I had something to eat for breakfast. It probably isn't your typical breakfast. It was chips, actually. I might have to do an order. I'm gonna, once I get this up and running, I'm gonna leave it here until I get my actual backglass monitor, and then I'll start buttoning things up and routing the cable. I don't know if I'll make that a video or just do another live stream of it. Maybe that'll be next week. I don't know. But let's get the leaderboards displaying the way I want them. We're almost at 4 hours now. That's not my record for long streams. I've gone longer than that. So there is a volume component to this. You can have if your monitor has speakers and you want to there's a background volume setting. You can change the font of the leaderboard. Okay. Try this again. See if leaderboards stay up. It defaults to Back to the Future. I think that's because the first table listed. Okay, so the high score rankings are now on there. Looks like they're staying. I configured it to just keep them on there at all times. Let's scroll through here and see what we see. No, I lost them on ET again. Okay, why is that? Some of them they stay, some of them they don't. Bob's Burgers. But at least the backglass artwork is changing. That's good. That's fun artwork for the Butter Show. There's Fat Hog. Fat Hog again. No high scores for Sorcerer's Lair. Nobody wants to play it. So some of these you can get on the board. There's only like 3 high scores on this game, so I should be able to put mine up there. Well, let's do that. Let's dive in. Since there's only 3 people on the score, my table is linked. Apparently the plunger didn't work on this. Might be Kind of a cool game. You know what I noticed? These characters are off screen. I don't know if that's intentional or if I'm... I think I could turn the audio up because there's no music in here that I know of. Yeah, plunger doesn't work on this one. Ah! Oh! I gotta go! Go! Oh my God, multi-ball! Multi-soccer balls! So when you score a goal, you get multi-ball, I guess. I don't know. When this happens, I just keep banging. There's no technical skill to this at all. Wow, lots of balls, 4 balls. Can handle 2 better. I'm on track to be 2nd place on the leaderboard. Ball out. Oh, wait a minute. Plunger does work. I just wasn't patient enough. Ah! Kind of like this game, guys. Yeah, well. So let's enter our initials. Game over. Ah! So it incredible record smashed. I'm now in 2nd. Duty Arcade. Yay! So the leaderboard works. That's cool as shit. I'll zoom in there. Duty Arcade, 24,359,124. 2nd place on this particular table. So let's go to check out. I want to see if there's a firepower, what the firepower high score looks like. Again, I'm aside from that little document glitch on the cable from the Pi 02W to the Pi 5. So, okay, here's the firepower high scores. Notice the back box. So Lunchbox Phil is number 2. Prida is number 1. Fat Hog is in there at 5th. And apparently you can be listed multiple times depending on your score. I'll zoom in on there and get a better look at that. So there's the firepower high score list currently. And regardless of what I score, I should get on that board. So let's see what happens here. Let's initiate another game of firepower. Well, I'm not going to get, well, I can get on the board. I'm not going to advance up the board the way I'm playing. See, this is a ball drainer, man. I do love it. It takes some skill. See, I mean, but it didn't. Why didn't it put my score on there? That's interesting. Yeah, Stock Jock, thank you. I'm winding down here. I'm curious as to why my score wasn't registered for firepower, but interesting. Oh, I guess I'll have to find that out. Let's see. So I didn't make the Rogue One board. And see that it disappeared on me. Return of the Jedi. The icon on the main screen isn't. It just says Star Wars Pinball, but it's actually Return of the Jedi. Force Awakens, Octu Island, Rebels. Han Solo, Darth Vader, Battle of Minbon, Masters of the Force. Okay, well, it's obviously working. There seems to be a couple of bugs, like the high score on some tables doesn't stick. but get this ridiculous thing off me. I'm going to call the stream right now, guys, because I'm at a point now where both things have been done. The pinner mod has been done, the OPI mod, and the back box is done. I just need to get another cable. And again, thank you, Jason, for posting that model in there. I'll look it up and order it right away. Monitor is coming on Tuesday, so I should be able to do a backglass replacement. I'm basing that off of Cool Toys video on installing the back box. And my plan is to either mount the Pi 02 with the Raspberry Pi 5, or I'm going to mount it, attach it to the monitor on the back glass. So thanks everybody for joining me for another marathon modding stream. We had a couple of glitches, but we got through them. I'm happy. I'm extremely happy with this mod. It's really impressive. So once I get everything buttoned up together, I got my back glass where it needs to be. I'll be happy. So thanks for joining me on this stream. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let me get set up here. I appreciate each and every one of you. And as I always say every week, have a great week, a safe week, and I'll see you guys next weekend. I do plan on being here next weekend, so I'll see you next weekend. But have fun, play your games, find time to play your games, most importantly. But always stay in touch with your family and your pets. And I got to go see my dog, see how she's doing. And I'll see you guys next time. So thanks a lot. Appreciate you.